Good morning and welcome everyone to Grangemouth Community Education Centre and to this meeting of the Falkirk Council, and welcome to those joining online. The agenda was issued on Wednesday 11th of March. Hard copies were made available to members at the Foundry on Thursday 12th of March. A supplementary agenda was issued on 24th of March advising of a deputation request by Friends of Canal in respect of Motion 5, Canal Museum. 5 motions were received under Standing Order 29. 2 stood referred to the Executive and another 3 were referred to Council for discussion today. Having discussed the motions with the group leaders, I have determined that all can be taken today. I propose that the motions on X and endometriosis are taken after the motions on Ward Council involvement, 4th Green Freeport and Canal Museum. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. I'm mindful that Council agreed to be leaders by example when it comes to embodying respectful language and conduct in our meetings. I intend to ensure that this meeting is seen to reflect those respectful behaviours. For avoidance of doubt, I will determine the order of speakers. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing an item. Please let me know if you haven't spoken yet and wish to do so. Members joining remotely should ensure their cameras are turned on during the proceedings. If there is an issue, you should let me or the committee team know. Before we start, can all participants check now that your mobile phone is switched off or on silent during the meeting? Can also ask that members and officers using laptops set their devices to mute. Agenda item 1, Sederant, and at this point I'll just say that Bailey Buchanan is absent because he is representing the Council at a civic event to mark the anniversary of Strathcarron Hospice. Mr. Moody will take the roll call.
Provost Bissett.
Present.
We have apologies from Deputy Provost Balfour. Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Councillor Aitken.
Here.
Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
And as the Provost has noted, there are apologies from Bailey Buchanan. Councillor Bundy.
Here.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Bailey Kerr.
Here.
Councillor McCabe.
Here.
Councillor Mackie Brown.
Here.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And short.
With apologies from Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patterson.
Here.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Apologies from Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
With apologies from Councillor Robertson, Councillor Sinclair.
Here.
And Councillor Spears.
Thanks, Mr. Moody. And I just need to advise that I have to leave the meeting at 12 o'clock and I'll ask the Council to nominate a chair for whatever's left of the meeting, and that should be a member who is physically attending. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at this meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. Similar to previously, having considered the objective test, I want to make a transparency statement that I have been involved in the discussions around Canal Museum in my employment, and Having given it great consideration, I don't consider that it would preclude me from being a decision maker in this respect, but I wanted to put on the record that I have been involved in this matter and therefore record it at council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 3A, minute of the meeting of Falkirk Council held on 11th of December 2025, pages 6 to 16 in your agenda papers. Can we agree the minute? Are there any matters arising from that minute? No. 3B, minute of the meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 29th of January 2026, pages 17 to 20 in your agenda papers. Can we agree the minute? Are there any matters arising from that minute? No. 3C, minute of special meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 12th of February 2026, pages 21 to 24. Can we agree the minute? Any matters arising from that minute? C, 3D, minute of the meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 5th of March 2026, pages 25 to 48. Can we agree the minute? Any matters arising on that minute? No. Agenda item 4, rolling action log, pages 49 to 52 in your agenda papers, and we'll go to Mr. Moody for a short introduction.
Thank you, Provost. And as usual, the rolling action log records those decisions of Council which have called for a further report. The rolling action log gives information as to the progress in preparing those reports, and there is information provided as well if the deadline isn't going to be met. The rolling action log doesn't require a decision, but is available for members' questions.
Do we have any questions on the rolling action log? No. Agenda item 5, General Fund Capital Budget 26 to 31. Report by the Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services and Director of Place Services, pages 53 to 116. The report is taken as read. Since there are two amendments have been submitted, there will be a debate. So I'd just like to open up to questions to officers. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I've got two questions and I will try and keep them relatively brief. But I just wanted to ask maybe officers, we have a very ambitious and positive capital programme before us, focused on the Council's priorities, and much of that has been trailed over a significant period of time. Recognising that we are now in a financial position to allocate funds for projects to move them forward, when are our communities likely to see something tangible by way of progress?
Mr. Benny? Oh, Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Provost. I think it's fair to say that progress has not been as quick as we would have hoped on a number of the projects that are before members today. In particular, it's worth noting things such as Carron Grange. It's a particularly challenging site, and there has been a long lead-in in terms of detailed design development. What I would say is that we have seen significant progress, particularly in the past year, on projects such as the Town Hall, where Calendar Square, the former shopping centre, is now fully demolished, and we're currently finishing it in the ends of preparing the site ready for development, and that will be complete in the next few weeks. On the other projects, we've obviously had constraints in terms of the sites in relation to the new sport and leisure wing at Bowness, and obviously we've had additional interest in relation to the project at Denny. So whilst there is good reasons for not moving as quickly as we would hope, certainly over the coming months and certainly over the coming year, we will see progress on all of these projects, with site starts commencing on some of them.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Provost. I just wanted to add that I'm very conscious that we put forward a number of ambitious proposals to Council, and myself and the officers are very grateful that elected members have had the confidence to support those proposals, and we're in no doubt that it's time for delivery, and we'll be doing absolutely everything we can to make sure that those projects start making progress, and that we'll keep elected members updated on that progress in the coming year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meikle.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think I probably speak for every member in this room. We'll be keeping you to that, Malcolm and Paul, going forward. My second question was just to ask a wee bit more about the process that we've gone through in relation to the naming of the replacement town hall, and so just the understanding of the impetus behind that, and where we've got to at this moment in time.
Mr. Kettrick.
Obviously, it would actually be Michael McGuinness.
Michael. Mr. McGuinness.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Paul. Thanks for the question, Councillor Meikle John. We brought a paper forward previously to members to look at the process that we would embark on in terms of determining the naming of the building. Went through an exercise with external consultants who carried out a number of consultation exercises with the community right across the board, across Falkirk. This was quite a detailed consultation and engagement to determine an appropriate range of names that could be considered appropriate for the building. And that's the names that has been presented, the shortlist of names that have been presented today for members to consider, to bring out to the wider audience of the community to determine the naming of the building. So there was quite a detailed exercise we went through, as agreed at the last meeting, to look at those names that would be appropriate for this facility moving forward.
Okay, thanks, Mr. McGuinness. Councillor Meikle John.
I was just going to ask if Mr. McGuinness could maybe detail a bit more about the types of groups and that were involved in that process.
Okay, Mr. McGuinness. Mr. Berry.
Thank you. So the process itself was really, the process itself was really intensive. The consultants looked at benchmarking against names against other similar venues across the UK. There was a refinement of the naming options, due diligence done on the options put forward in terms of trademarks, so that we didn't put forward something that we couldn't actually get possession of. And those names as well were put forward to representative community groups, including heritage organisations, arts groups, businesses, library users and young people, to get a sense of which were the ones that had the most sort of go forward. So that's why the list originally was quite long, and then we had 6 that we thought looked credible, but on those engagements with the community groups, 2 of those didn't carry any support at all. So that's why we looked to reduce that to 4. I think it's one of the challenges with the name is that it's hard for people to get behind a name when they haven't seen a physical building and a physical design and start building an emotional attachment to that name, because right now we don't have a picture that I can show you that says, here's what that town hall is. So I feel like we are in a difficult space. And I think the proposal that we'd have would be that we conclude the design and artistic work so that we've got those images, and that would be the point at which we would go out for a public consultation so that people can see the building that we want to build and the names that might go with that with that building.
Thanks very much, Mr. Berry. Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. Just one question from me. How much was spent on the consultation process to point in terms of the naming of the building?
Mr. Kettrick.
Provost, I would need to go off and check records, but it certainly hasn't been significant.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would appreciate that number. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you. I have a few questions on the more substantive matters within the capital budget. First of all, I in answer to Councillor Meikle-John, there was some discussion about things that have not been taken forward. But I wonder if something could be said about some of the things that have actually been taken forward in terms of the investments, because I know that there was a report at scrutiny about the roads and about the flooding and work that has actually been done. So I wonder if officers could perhaps say a wee bit more about that.
Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Provost. So Council agreed £15 million worth of investment last year as part of the council tax increase. Officers have done a great job of progressing with that. You referenced the scrutiny report, which in particular highlighted the fact that the condition of the council's roads is now in the best state it's been for, I think it's 16 years. We totally recognise that we're coming from a place where the condition of the roads wasn't up to the level that residents probably look for. So there will be a lag before people start saying, yeah, the roads are, in really good condition. But technically, we can already see the improvements. And if we can get another £4 million, I think that will be really significant. I chair the Strategic Asset Modernisation Board along with Amanda, and currently the projections for the amount of money that we've spent, given what you've given us, is tracking in the kind of high 90% area, which if you think back to maybe even 4 years ago, the council was more in the kind of 62% of the money that council gave us in terms of officers actually spending it. So the investment is out there, it's visible. We can, I can give you a long list of the individual items, but I think that residents are starting to see, busy, there's a lot of roadworks going on while we're making those investments. The flooding schemes are being developed. Maybe I'll bring in Paul to talk about some of the investments that you undertook in the schools over the summer as well, which are far bigger than anything this council's seen in previous years.
Okay. Mr. Keftrick.
Thank you, Provost. So last year was our first year of an enhanced property modernisation and planned improvement budget for schools. We had a strong focus on external fabric, so roofs, windows, doors, and also property compliance matters in relation to the management of our assets. So picking up a lot of activity that had been identified through action plans that came out of Legionella assessments, asbestos assessments, fire safety risk assessments. In the coming year, we have a record programme for Falkirk Council, somewhere in the region of about £5.6 million. To give you an idea, a couple of years ago that was £1.5 million. So it's a substantial investment. There is almost £2 million worth of new boilers being put in over the coming summer. We have multiple roofs, again, windows, doors, fabrics, external muggers, the multi-use games areas which have been flooded and out of use. We have a programme of those. I think there is something like 11 or 12 of those programmed to be done this year. So there's a huge investment occurring through the what I would call the capital programme, the enhanced capital programme, particularly focused on our learning estate.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is kind of, in some respects, the bigger one. We're all well aware of what's going on in the world, in geopolitics at the moment, and in what's going on in the Middle East. Could perhaps Mrs. Templeman say a bit more about the potential impact on the capital budget?
Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Hannah. I think it's something that we have to be very alert to, because I think it will be something that there's potential impact for our revenue budget that we just set, as well as for our capital budget. Now, at this stage, I think most sort of economists are telling us that it's a bit too early to know what's happening. Obviously, there's a lot of sort of diplomatic efforts underway. We saw that the Bank of England held their interest rates unanimously this week. So there's obviously, and they've kind of flagged a note of caution that they want to sort of wait and see what's going to happen. Yesterday, our gilt rates reduced on the back of some of the sort of diplomatic activity that's happening, and on the back of the oil prices coming down a little bit. So it just feels very much in a state of flux. We just don't have a steady position at this point. Now, obviously, if energy prices increase significantly, that's going to have an impact on growth. It's going to have an impact on businesses. And in all our projects that we're involved in, we're looking at, do we need to start to look at adding this to the risk registers? How do we monitor this? But it just feels like it's very early stages. I suppose the two key things are that if energy prices continue, and we've seen the increase in fuel prices, that will no doubt impact on the prices of our contracts, or it'll have a potential to impact on them. And if interest rates, if the gilt rates start to go up, assuming that the economy isn't going to grow as much as we want it to, then the interest rate that the council will have to pay will potentially go up. So there is a lot of uncertainty there, and I suppose that does, as I say, filter into the revenue budget as well. We've had that discussion sort of in our senior leadership group that this is something we need to be really cautious about for 26-27, because if fuel prices go up, food prices go up, that impacts a lot of the business that we do as a council. So it's certainly something that we'll have to watch really carefully, and we'll obviously update members as soon as we have any sort of clear positions or outputs that we can report.
Okay, thanks, Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Provost. Obviously, a worrying time for us all.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Bowes, then Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Provost. I want to ask a question on something which sometimes passes when we're going through these, and that's the TIF, tax incremental finance. I think sometimes I wonder if possibly just a bit of confirmation on, one, where does it come from? What can we use it for? And do other councils get this, or is it restricted?
Mrs. Templeman.
Yeah, maybe start, and then I maybe pass to Falkirk. So the TIF project is included obviously in our capital programme, and I think there are other councils that have a TIF programme as well. Now, basically the premise of the TIF programme is that we attract investment into a specified area, and we're allowed to retain the rates from those companies coming in, or retain an element of them for a period to help pay for borrowing for infrastructure works to continue to attract more investment. So it's a bit of a circular activity. What I would say is that I think the Falkirk TIF is probably, I think it's generally agreed, it's the most successful TIF programme in Scotland. We are seeing quite a significant amount of rates coming through that are ring-fenced that we're able to retain. And obviously we're seeing a lot of the improvement works that happen down at Westfield, for example, but there's been a lot of other projects. So the TIF is a really important part of this programme, and I think it is a real success story for the council so far, but I'll let Paul come in on that.
Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Provost. I think it is fair to say that the Falkirk Council TIF is certainly, if not the most successful, certainly one of the most successful. To give you some headlines, we've delivered approximately £36 million of new infrastructure. That's unlocked approximately 2,100 jobs within 135,000 square metres of new business space. In terms of the income that's received, it's about £3.6 million of additional non-domestic business rates. And projections is that we will have sufficient non-domestic rates to cover all the phase one properties, which, to give you an idea, the biggest one is obviously the Westfield roundabout and interchange coming in into Falkirk. But we've also completed works at Junction 5 of the M9. We've also done Junction 6 of the M9, the Earlsgate roundabout, which is the signage. That was one of the first projects which preceded me, and we've recently completed the Grand Sable Road, which, as we know, was a challenging junction just along from Klondike. So next on the list is for us to look at what's known as Icehouse Bray, which is the roundabout junction at the back of West Mains, but we'll not start that until we're further progressed at Westfield. But it's been a hugely successful programme of investment.
Am I right, Paul, that there's actually, I know Andy said there's other councils got it, but not every council's got this. I think it was only 3 at one point, if I remember right. I don't know if that's increased.
I couldn't be specific as to how many there was, but it was a pilot scheme. But there is also a number of very similar models that other authorities have adopted. So Edinburgh, for instance, on the St James's Centre has a similar type thing, but it's not called TIF. But certainly out of the TIF programmes, the original pilots, we're probably by far and away the most successful of those initial models.
Thank you. That's very good. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. If I could turn your attention to 4.32 on page 62 regarding the name of the new town hall that might be if it goes ahead. Who chose the names? Why don't they represent the whole district? And was Sir John de Graham, our greatest hero, not reflected in that name?
To be fair, I think we've already covered that, Councillor Spears. I think Mr. Kirchett and Mr. Benny went over the consultation process.
So, sorry, if I'd asked the question earlier then.
Aye.
But we're still on the agenda item, so I hope it's okay. We can.
Well, I'll go to Mr. Kirchett, but I feel that we've really covered that. But see if
well, obviously, no covered enough for my satisfaction. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, we did talk about the consultation in detail and how it came about, but I'll go back to Mr. Keswick, see if he's got any follow-up.
Thank you, Provost. As highlighted by Mr. Benny, there was a comprehensive, structured and evidence-led approach to the development of the short list of names. There was a whole plethora of names that came forward as part of the initial engagement exercise, which was undertaken with communities, as were highlighted by Mr. Benny. They were then categorised and looked at by professional consultants in terms of how they reflect the history of the area, the culture of the area, the location of the site. They were then tested with focus groups, which, as Mr. Benny mentioned, included library users, arts groups, heritage organisations, businesses, and importantly, young people. And out of those was the shortlisted to 6, and then those were further market tested, and then that took us to the 4th. In relation to the direct question, would John de Graham and the history of that being considered, it probably would have been in the very, very long list at the start, but clearly didn't make it through the filtering process.
Yeah. Any other questions? Councillor Spears? Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay, we'll now go to Councillor Michael John to move the administration's motion.
Thank you, Provost. I would begin by just extending my thanks to Amanda and the finance team for the work that they've done in pulling this report together, recognising the short pace of time between the decisions taken in the revenue budget and the implications for that, but also to our directors and senior management team for the work in developing this capital programme. Their continued efforts will be essential to actually manage and deliver this plan as we go forward. For 26-27, Falkirk Council received a capital grant of just 10.6 million from the Scottish Government. Of this, there's 327,000 allocated for the private sector adaptations, and that will be passed the IJB for administration. In addition, there's 120.3 million of national funding still to be distributed, and Falkirk will receive its share of this, targeted towards national priorities such as active travel and climate change. Financial challenges of the past decade have limited our ability to invest beyond essential areas, with the exception of targeted ring-fenced funding such as that for the early years expansion. At the same time, we must ensure that our assets are fit for purpose, support service delivery and contribute to the achieving savings and align with the Council's agreed priorities. Through our budget consultations, 63.2% of respondents told us that greater investment in the council's assets is needed, and that message has come from our communities is very clear. We currently face an identified need of £500 million of capital investment over the next 5 years. Addressing this requires a sustainable solution, and the ring fencing of council tax provides a responsible way forward for doing that. On the 5th of March, Council agreed to ring fence 2.5% of council tax to support specific areas of investment, which are outlined in section 4.16 of the report. This additional funding will support key priorities, including addressing inflationary costs with the extension of Carn Grange, a significant project which will deliver a state-of-the-art learning environment for young people with complex additional support needs, creating a 5 to 18 campus and designed to meet their needs now and into the future. Feedback from our communities has also shaped investment priorities. Roads remain a significant concern for residents, and while Falkirk continues to perform strongly in this area, increased investment for the second consecutive year will help us to maintain and build upon this performance. In that context, the administration is content to accept the proposal of the additional £200,000 for targeted road safety enhancements, as that can be incorporated within the additional £4 million already allocated for roads from the Conservative group. Our youth strategy also highlighted that young people want more facilities, activities and safe and clean spaces for socialising and recreation. The capital programme includes investment directly responding to that particular priority around our green and clean team. Alongside these new commitments, the 5-year rolling capital programme includes a substantial investment in ICT to support the Council's transformation programme as part of the financial strategy approved in 2025. £46 million is available for in-service concessions, and this was set aside as part of the financial strategy for the investment in the council assets. That reserve now stands at £49.9 million. Because we have managed to deliver a financial sustainable revenue budget this year without relying on non-recurring funding, we're able to release £30.4 million of those reserves to key projects as was discussed and agreed in the revenue budget. These include funding for the replacement town hall. These include funding for the replacement town hall, sorry about that, but also investments in Bowness and Grangemouth and the Dobie Hall, and as well as the development of a Grangemouth sports stadium and the creation of a contingency fund, which is going to be critical to addressing the inflationary pressures. There's also an in-principle allocation to support the school modernisation fund, which is so badly needed to ensure that our assets are fit for purpose for the future, and also a commitment to the Breeze Sports Facility. Furthermore, funding has been identified to enhance Grangemouth Sports Complex and the Manor Centre to ensure users continue to have access to quality services until the new sports hub is delivered. Funding for the new town hall enables the project to move forward, providing much needed certainty to local businesses and the wider town centre community. This follows extensive public engagement, including contributions from 6,200 young people. Work has already begun on establishing the building's identity, including names and branding. Now, note the Labour Group's amendment seeking broader public participation in selecting the name, and the administration is happy to accept this, provided the final choice reflects our vision and ambitions for the building and the town. This is an exciting capital programme. Approving these projects across the council area gives greater certainty to our communities, from parents awaiting Carn Grange extension to local groups anticipating improvements to sports facilities and community assets. However, given the scale and ambition of the programme, careful monitoring will be essential. We must remain responsive to the economic changes and ensure continued compliance with our prudential indicators. I look forward to seeing this programme delivered and the tangible benefits it will bring to communities across the district. Over the coming years, I'm confident the residents will see the real value of this investment, as well as the future opportunities it creates. I move the motion. Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. I'll now go to Councillor Garner, who I believe is going to second.
Thank you, Provost. And I'd just like to thank officers for bringing forward this very ambitious capital project that we have before us, and thank members for backing it. Happy to second.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah to move her amendment.
Thank you, Provost. Overall, this is a very good capital budget. Given the number of projects that are in it, it will be challenging for officers to deliver everything, but I always like to see ambition. So I'm very pleased about that. On the naming of the replacement town hall, a number of councillors have had concerns raised about the limited number of options being put forward. I have no intention whatsoever of putting forward any of my own options on this front, and I have no intentions of entering into the debate. And I do recognise that there's been extensive consultation on it, but I would like just for this to go out when it does come to the consultation period, that there are a wider range of options available. And I think it's been suggested that I should add to my amendment that we're putting this back into officers' field and not suggesting that we as councillors should make those decisions or get involved in the discussion and debate. I think we need to consult with our constituents. So I'm very pleased that Councillor Meikle-John has said that the administration is happy on that basis to accept the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Do you have a seconder?
Second, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. We'll now go to Bailey Kerr to move his amendment.
Thanks, Provost. Just a procedural matter. Do we need to, since the administration's accepted?
Well, I did ask Mr. Moody, so maybe perhaps clarify that.
I think it's there isn't a strict yes or no answer to this. We've done both versions of this where we've allowed those who have moved amendments, even where the administration has indicated they would be prepared to accept it, to explain why the amendment had been moved in the first place, and perhaps to be consistent with the approach which allowed Councillor Hannah to explain the origins of her amendment. It would be appropriate to allow Bailey Kerr to do the same, Provost, albeit that I think we understand the administration is prepared to accept both amendments.
So do you want to carry on and explain, or are you quite happy for the administration just to accept your amendment?
No, I'm quite happy to carry on, Provost.
Okay,
I just wanted that clarified. And thank you very much, Mr. Moody. Like everybody else, really happy with the capital programme coming forward. That's why our group supported the 2.5% increase, because we understand that without that, some of these projects wouldn't have been brought forward. For years, every elected member I've asked the question. We seem to bring loads of things to capital programme, but in the past, nothing seemed to be delivered. Now we see things happening, things are getting delivered. It will take a long time for some of these programmes to be complete. However, seeing that they've started, seeing that the ambition of officers to get these things started and finished is very encouraging as an elected member. With regards to naming the new town hall, as the leader of the council says, and Councillor Hannah, it'll be up to the people. We were supportive of Labour's amendment to try and give it more time. Like everybody else, we're not here to give it a name, but the Falkirk Town Hall sounds nice. However, our amendment was to take the money from the 4 million capital spend for roads, probably highlighting some of the areas that this money could be spent in, some of the road design areas where each member will have issues in their ward, where there is junctions parts of the road which cause each of our residents problems. So this money hopefully will go to alleviate some of these issues. And I know Gary McGregor's team has been working on the project of different areas where it has been causing issues, and hopefully they can identify an area or a couple of areas where this money can be spent. So looking forward in the future to these projects being delivered, Provost. And thank you very much.
Thanks, Billy. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Thanks, Councillor Bunn. I'll now go back to Councillor Meikle-John just to clarify to see if she's willing to accept these two amendments for the Labour Party and the Conservative Party.
Yes, Provost, as I already indicated, that I'm content to accept both of those amendments in relation to the way forward.
Okay, thank you. So can we agree the motion? Thank you. Agenda item 6, minute volume information bulletin 6A, volume of minutes, volume 3, 25 to 26. Can we have any comments on the minutes? Councillor Bowes? Oh, my apologies. I should have went to Councillor Garner to actually ask him if he was willing to accept the changes, the Conservative and the Labour amendment. Councillor Garner.
No problem, Provost. Yes, happy to accept.
My apologies. Councillor Bowes.
Sorry, Provost. I had a quick glance through the information bulletin, and I have got a declaration of interest in that, and I have to recuse myself from it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So on the volume of minutes, do we have any questions on the volume of minutes? No. 6B, information bulletin, volume 3, 25 to 26.
Provost, just before we move on to that, if Councillor Bowes is declaring an interest, it would be helpful just to know the nature of the interest for the purpose of the minute.
Certainly, there's another job that I do is a number of councillors, and one of the companies is named within this. So I think it's right that I shouldn't be here.
Thank you, Provost. That's helpful clarification.
So are there any questions on the information bulletin? Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I wanted to ask a question about community benefits. There's some of the issues, some of the items within this bulletin say community benefits not applicable, and fair work first not applicable. And the one that springs out to me is the Hip Fest. That the community benefits not applicable. I wonder if I could have some clarification about why that is the case. It seems to me that the Hip Fest, there are many community benefits involved in it, and maybe I'm just misunderstanding this.
Would that be Mr. McGuinness? Mr. McGuinness.
Yes, thank you to you, Provost. You'll see within the bulletin there are a number of commissions regarding the 16th National Film Festival, Silent Film Festival at the Hippodrome Hipfest. The range of commissions were quite small in nature, so it was difficult to ascertain specific community benefits for each of the individual elements that make up the overall festival. So that's the main factor. There were quite small commissions, but in totality, there's a reasonable amount. But to specify a community benefit for a £10,000 commission for one individual would be quite challenging to identify a specific community benefit. I think overall we view the whole Hipfest festival as delivering significant community benefit, because the community benefits significantly from that festival across the Bowness area and across Falkirk.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have is more general about the community benefits and about how assiduously do we follow up on these community benefits to ensure that they're actually delivered, and will we get reporting on that?
Mr. Bay? Mr. Moody?
I think, first of all, Provost, I would say it's very much in the front of the minds of the corporate procurement unit at the first stage. So securing that there are, where available, community benefits within the contracts concerned. And there is a cross-service working group that is looking particularly at that whole issue and monitors that. So that's stage one of securing the community benefits. But I think Provost Councillor Hannah properly points to the second stage of that, which is actually following up and ensuring that those community benefits are achieved within the contract where they're available within the contract. And that's the second part of the focus of that group. So I think you can say that the issue is under much closer monitoring than it has been in the past. There has been, I think Councillor Hannah will know as a member of the audit committee, some audit work around that issue too, which again has some recommendations which are being followed up on. So I think there's a better situation than we've previously had. Have we fully cracked making sure that we have all community benefits where those are in the contract? I think not yet, but there'll be further reports back, I think, to the audit committee in relation to that issue.
Thank you very much for that. And I am aware that there has been work being done, but I think we can always do more. It's important that we deliver those community benefits. Thank you, Provost.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hannah. Councillor McCabe?
Thank you, Provost. I've got a number of questions to do with the bulletin. First one picks up on something that Councillor Hannah had brought up, the Hip Fest. There are 4 contract awardings there, and they amount to a total of £73,020. Question for Mr. McGuinness. Is this an annual contract that we would be awarding for Hip Fest? I noticed that basically it's a film festival, and I'm delighted. You know, the publicity that it brings to the area is wonderful. But it's basically a 4 or 5 day festival. But we're showing a start date of the 1st of the 9th, 25 until an end date of the 31st of the 8th, 26, almost a year. Is that a recurring thing would that happen next year, Michael?
Mr. McGuinness?
Yeah, thank you to you, Provost. Yeah, our ambition is very much that this is an annual event. As you rightly pointed out, it spans over 5 days itself. There's significant work in advance in terms of securing the films for the festival, securing the promotions, the marketing, etc., so that the period of the commissions for each of these individuals spans a greater period of time, as you highlighted, Councillor McCabe. The funding, we have secured external funding for a 3-year period from thanks to Screen Scotland and Creative Scotland. So we secured this last year for this year's festival and the following 2 years. So we've secured the external funding to make sure these festivals continue to be successful right across our communities. So that's where we are with them at this stage.
Excellent, Michael. Thanks very much for that answer. Moving on to my next question, Provost. It's on page 29. There's 2 elements to it. One potentially question of Mrs. Templeman, the other one to Mr. Gardner. We're looking at a contract value of £14,300,000. That's a lot of money. And it's spread over 5 years, 26 until 31. Can I just ask, when are these monies paid out, and in what budget year this money actually appears?
Mrs. Temple?
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor McCabe. Could I just double check what page?
Sorry, page 29. Environment and Operations Place Services.
Sorry, is that for the 14?
Mrs. Algie?
Thank you, Provost. Provost, these are checks on housing properties that we carry out, so the actual contracts would be paid when the invoices are submitted on the back of the work being carried out. They wouldn't be paid out automatically. It's over that period of time.
I was just about to stop you there, Karen, but I think you would have knocked me back there. I get where you're coming from on that. I wasn't sure if that was, the £14 million was awarded to, I think there's 3 or 4 companies identified. I wasn't sure if they were being paid that up front and then do the work. And my concern was, did the council have any protection if any of these companies had gone bust? You've answered it though. Thank you for that, Karen. Possibly turning to Mr. Gardner on it. I mean, it works out at £2.86 million per annum for electrical installation conditions checks. That's a hell of a lot of money for something that I think should already be inherent in whether it's a council house, a property, whatever. Anytime any building, basically, whether it's commercial or residential, there's electrical certificates issued by the contractors to state that they're fully compliant. I'm at a loss to find out why we're actually looking to carry out inspection tests on it. Just looking for a wee bit of clarification, Provost.
Okay. Mrs. Algie?
Thank you, Provost. Provost, these checks are carried out on a 5-year, I should say, rolling programme, and that's a requirement by our regulator to make sure that housing properties owned by the council actually have these checks carried out. It includes smoke alarms, etc. So there's a whole range of checks being done there, and as a housing provider, that is a requirement. Mr. Gillespie is on the call and may wish to add to that, Provost, if that's okay.
Yes, Mr. Gillespie.
Provost, thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much. What Mrs. Algie said is absolutely correct. This is a change in legislation. It moved from 10 years down to 5 years. So every 5 years we are required to have an up-to-date electrical check. And we have now managed that over a 5-year period with our colleagues within building maintenance. This again gives us comfort that our properties are of the highest standard and meets the Scottish Housing Quality Standard.
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. Thank you, Mrs. Algie. 2 very good answers. It clarifies it for me. I know that in the past, you'd be looking at a rewire of a house after 20 years. Mr. Gillespie's alluded it was 10. It's now 4. I'm happy enough with that. Thank you. Final wee question, Provost. I don't know if it may Mr. McGuinness with this one as well. It's on page 32. We're looking to pay $88,000 for a vet for the Port of Grangemouth border control. I would have thought that would have been down to an expense of the Port Authority. Why does it fall to the council for 88 grand for a vet?
Mr. McGuinness.
Yep. I'll take that, Councillor Provost. Yeah, thank you. We, as responsible authority for the port, we provide that service at the BCP, as you highlighted, Councillor McCabe. We receive funding from UK government to provide this border control process. So we have that funding coming from the government to allow us to commission a vet to look at animal feed, animal stock that comes through the port. So that is funded from UK government, and we commission the vet to provide that service on our behalf.
Excellent, Michael. Thank you very much. Thank you, Provost. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. I did ask some questions to officers prior to the today's meeting, and I'm happy with the response from Mr. McGuinness regarding the Hip Fest, and Mr. Gillespie, regarding the Allendale cottages and the new systems at the high-rise flats. So really happy with that. I would have sent this to Mr. Kettrick, but I missed it on the bulletin. So no putting you in the spot, Mr. Kettrick. However, on page 47, the M9 Junction 5 Cadgerbray resurfacing, is that at the roundabout, the big roundabout, and is that where we reclaimed money back from the previous company?
Mr. Kettrick.
Provost, those were the actual works that were undertaken as part of the Junction 5 Cadgersbray, the resurfacing part. Some of it does extend into the works that were previously undertaken where we are pursuing the contractor, but it extends a wee bit further than that. It's quite extensively further than that, but it is the resurfacing of that whole section all the way along to Junction 5.
Okay, thanks very much, Provost.
Thanks very much, Bill. Councillor Michael John.
Thank you, Provost. It's not directly in relation to the actual contract, but on page 48, it's a tenants' contents insurance scheme. And I was just wondering what more we can do to encourage tenants to take this up. So I'm very aware that this is an ongoing problem where there's damage that occurs to an existing property or a neighbouring property, and there is no recompense or no ability to claim if they don't have the contents insurance. And I think it's a growing problem.
Mrs. Algie. Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you. It is a difficult area because what I would say is for us to set up the scheme, we go out to tender as we've done in this case, and we get very limited responses, very limited sort of market to provide this on our behalf. And part of the challenge we have is that quite often there's a lot of other schemes out there and people can go and get their contents insurance. They don't have to come through us to do that. So we do send out information to all the tenants. We do advise them that they may find that they can look elsewhere. They're not obliged to take this insurance, but it is a tricky area, I would say. So we do send the information out, but we can't compel people to take it.
Okay, thanks.
I don't know whether there's a prospect of looking at how we can encourage or get assurance that someone has taken out contents insurance in some way in order just for their own protection as much as anything.
Mrs. Algie.
Provost, could I ask Mr. Gillespie to come in on that point, please?
Mr. Gillespie.
Thanks, Provost. One of the things we do carry out is when we have a new tenant, a new tenancy, we obviously point them in these directions, but as has been said earlier, we can't force people. We also, it is a tenant's choice, but we try and give them as much clear information as possible and the benefits of that, Provost. It's one of the things I'm happy to go in and make sure that we continue to monitor that, even through our annual visits as well that we're doing, not just at the starting of a new tenancy, but happy to look at our annual visits.
Okay, thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, that concludes the volume information bulletin. Councillor Bowes can come back in now. And we'll take a 10-minute comfort break before we move to the motions. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. If you could take your seats, please. Thank you. So we'll now move to the motions, agenda item 7. And the first one is recognising the importance of ward council involvement in ward issues. It's proposed by Councillor Hannah. And there are no amendments submitted, so there'll be no debate. So are there any questions on the motion from anyone? Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I just wonder if I could ask Mr. Moody, what is the current protocol, and how are there any deviations from that? And could you maybe explain a little bit more about the role of the portfolio holder?
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And first of all, it's maybe worth making the point that there is an agreed council media protocol. And the relevant section from the protocol invites the relevant service to work with the communication team to identify who should be invited to a photo call. And the protocol provides that this would normally include inviting the council leader and/or the portfolio holder and potentially other relevant stakeholders who may include the local ward members, where there is a more local community significance to the story. So the kind of example that would think around would be the opening of a local facility within a ward. The example may be, for instance, a newly refurbished play park, and there have been instances of that happening during the operation of the current protocol. The reason I think the protocol focuses on the starting point of the council leader or the portfolio holder recognises the role of portfolio holders and the council leader within the council's decision-making structure and our standing orders, which gives the leader and the portfolio holder the political leadership and responsibility for the policy development of the council. And where the press story relates to the fruits of such a policy development, then it's entirely appropriate that that should be led and faced up by the leader or the portfolio holder, and that's what the current protocol recognises.
Follow-up question to that is that this can only apply to where the council are the lead. We can't really dictate what happens with partners.
That's correct. This is where the council and our own communication team are leading the event.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Any other questions? Councillor Garner.
Thanks, Provost. Apologies, Colin, if I've not picked this up right then. So what are the differences between what this motion is proposing and what the current protocol is? Because in my experience, and I've had a few of these instances recently, where it has been play parts that you've spoke about, and Councillor Kelly's been in attendance, Councillor Parts, and I could run through quite a few that have been in attendance. So where is the difference?
Okay, Mr. Moody.
I think one difference would be there's the additional requirement in the motion to inform local ward members when there is such an event taking place within their ward. That isn't part of our current procedure. I think the other point is that it just gives emphasis to the existing practice. It elevates the matter from a protocol which is agreed by officers to a decision of council. So it's a matter, I think, of the information element to local members, and also, I think, a point of emphasis.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Flynn.
Sorry, I've lowered my hand. I'll withdraw it, Provost.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much, Provost. What would be the process with this amendment when it's a situation where the photo shoot is taken in Ward 1 but it's a multiple ward situation? So, for example, we have had a picture show at Greysmouth for the willow but working on the river, but also the articles also impacted in Stennismuir. So how would that impact in with this motion?
Okay, Mr. Moody.
I think, first of all, there would be the question of informing the local ward members that there was such a photo shoot taking place. So if this motion is agreed in its current terms, that would be an additional requirement. Secondly, when you look at the terms of the motion itself, it recognises that it's not a hard and fast rule, as it says, where appropriate, and in particular, where the opening is a facility of that ward, local ward member councillors should be invited to attend. I think on the face of it, the example which you raised, Councillor Deacon, would not fall within that category. If I'm understanding correctly, the example you're referring back to, which is a fairly recent photo call, that I think falls more within the circumstance described, where it's an example of a broader policy initiative rather than a specific local facility, such as is anticipated by both, I think, the motion and indeed the current protocol.
Any other questions? We'll go to Councillor Hannah now to move our motion.
Thank you, Provost. Absolutely agree that there is a protocol, but I have been aware of situations where things have happened in my ward I've not been aware of, and it's happened to others. Now, it may be just mistakes, it may be a variety of reasons. I'm not making a big... I did not bring this motion with the view of making a huge, enormous issue of it. It just seems to me that I do get notified on a regular basis when ministers are coming to my ward, but I don't get notified when don't necessarily get notified when the council leader or portfolio holders are doing things. So it is really just about courtesy, and it's not about doing ridiculous things. I've been asked if I could add in where possible, and I can absolutely agree to add in where possible. I'm not asking for the impossible. It's that as a courtesy, local councillors should know when there's things going on in their ward, and it shouldn't just be that the first they know about it is when they read it in the Falkirk Herald, which I have seen that happening. I have every faith in officers to take a common sense and sensible approach to this. So that's all I'm really trying to say.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hannah. Do you have a seconder? Okay. Councillor Regan?
I'm happy to second.
Okay, thank you. We've now got to Bailey Kerr for any comment.
Not really much to say, Provost. Understand where Councillor Hannah is coming from. I think the bit where, if possible, would be an advantage, I think. There's loads of things happen. Yeah, I want my photo in the Falkirk Herald every week. No. And no offence to Kissed Up the Tap, but no, I didn't want my photo in the Falkirk Herald every week. However, it would be nice to get notified if there's an event on. It's not always possible, but it would be nice.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Michael John, I should have went to you first.
That's okay, Provost. Just to say, I'm thankful to Councillor Hannah for that small additional where possible. I'm very aware that there can be on occasions an event and that set up for a photo call, etc., around an announcement, and there may well be issues around weather or availability, and rather than create confusion, short notice cancelling things, then yeah, absolutely. What I would say, as I not always aware of things that my portfolios are doing and the announcements, so I don't necessarily get advised either of what's happening because it's done at that portfolio level. But I am also aware of a number of community events where all elected members in that ward have been invited along, and perhaps only one or two have turned up, but the invite had been made. So I think it's maybe an imperfect system, and it applies, and it's important that people actually recognise that, but they need to be cognizant of whether or not they can attend, and have that understanding that it's not something that can necessarily be being rearranged to suit everybody being there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle. Just go to any independent members for any comment. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Having been accused of turning up to the opening of an envelope, I would certainly agree with this. It's very good to know what's actually going on in your ward. We're all democratically elected at the same elections, and to be involved in what's happening in our town. So I very much welcome this.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Spears. If there's no other comments, can we agree the motion? Okay, thank you. Agenda item 8, 4th Green Freeport Governance Board, proposed by Councillor Hannah. Any questions on the motion? Councillor Meikle.
Provost, could I ask officers to perhaps give us the makeup of the current board and the elected, including the elected members?
Okay, Mr. Benny, would it be Mr. Benny?
Thank you, Provost. The board's obviously made up by a number of senior members of private companies that are landowners in the 4th Green Freeport area. The Edinburgh City Council is represented by the council leader. Fife Council is represented by the portfolio holder for, I think, regeneration in the economy, a member of the administration, and obviously Amanda sits as the accountable body. We can get you the full list if you'd like, but I'm presuming that's the most pertinent stuff for today's discussion.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No. I'll go to Councillor Hannah to move her motion.
Thank you, Provost. I'm conscious that when the issue came up, the Labour group nominated Councillor Nimmo as, and he was at that time a Labour councillor. I put forward this motion that as Councillor Nimmo is no longer a member of the Labour Party and therefore is in a different situation than he was when he was nominated and when the council agreed that he would go on to the board. So I put this forward to say, as we have with all the other things that Councillor Nimmo was put on to as a Labour member, I think that the question has to be addressed. The Labour group is no longer supporting Councillor Nimmo's position on the board, and we are seeking agreement of the council to remove him and replace him. This is not in any way a vindictive thing. It is about proper representation on the Freeport board.
Do you have a seconder? Thank you. So this item is taken in two parts. So the first step is for or against Councillor Nimmo remaining as a council representative on the board, and there can be a debate on this if you want any discussion. Bailica.
Thanks, Provost. With regards to Councillor Nimmo being on the board, for the amount of time that's left, the time it comes to local elections next year, we'll have 9 months that whoever does, if Councillor Nimmle's been taken off and somebody else is replaced, they have 9 months to be in that position. Will it make any difference? When Councillor Murtagh became an independent councillor, she was the equalities champion. The administration didn't say, "Oh, she's left us, we've got to take that off her." I just think it's. I think by the time we've got left, I didn't see the reasoning behind it.
Okay, thanks, Bailey Kerr. Councillor Bundy.
Thanks, Provost. It was actually just a question to Colin quickly in response to the remarks by Councillor Hanner. Councillor Hanner said that it was the Labour group that nominated Councillor Nimmo. My recollection was that it was members of the Labour group who nominated a proposer and a seconder, but not the Labour group itself. It was just members, and Councillor Kerr nominated myself, if I remember. And so I was just wondering if that wording is correct and reflects how the process actually happens.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
I think to be strictly accurate, you're correct, Councillor Bundy. It would be individual members of the Labour group, and there may or may not have been a Labour group decision before that. I think we can assume that there was, but for the purpose of the council appointment, the appointment was made on the basis of nominations by 2 members of the Labour group.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bundy. Any other questions in the debate? Councillor Spears? And Councillor McCabe. Councillor Spears. Councillor McCabe or Councillor Spears first? Or Councillor McCabe, sorry.
Thanks, Provost. It was just to clarify from Mr. Moody. Do we have to agree that Councillor Nimmo is removed from his appointment at the board before we then formally propose a substitute?
Mr. Moody?
Provost, that's correct. So Councillor Nimmo remains the council's appointment to the board. The question which the motion places before the council is whether that situation should continue, and Councillor Hanna has indicated that her group's view is it should not continue. So there is a live issue in front of the council which is being discussed at the moment of whether the appointment of Councillor Nimmo should continue on the board. I think it's fairly clear from the remarks from Bailey Kerr that there isn't general agreement to remove Councillor Nimmo from the board, so I think it will need to proceed to a vote one way or the other. And at that point, if there's a vacancy on the board, then nominations can be made from the floor.
Okay, Councillor Spears.
Very interesting with the last debate about local members being involved in everything locally, and here we have a local member, maybe he is now independent, seen the light at last. I think we should let him stay on for the next 9 months. I think Bailey Kerr's exactly right here. Some things are above party politics, and we should make sure that we adhere to that.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost. I think it's a bit of a disconnect having continuing to have Councillor Nimmo on the board with such a strategic body. I think it's been demonstrated that other local authorities have had senior members on the board, and I think that we are at a disadvantage, particularly as we are the host and Amanda's accountable officer in doing that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. If there's no other questions, we'll go to Mr Moody just to go over the vote.
Yes, thank you, Provost. It's a vote for or against, and for is the proposition to remove Councillor Nimmo from the board. Against is to allow him to stay on the board. Provost Bissett.
For.
Councillor Aitchison.
For.
Councillor Aitken.
For.
Councillor Anslow.
For.
Councillor Binney.
For.
Councillor Bowes.
For.
Councillor Bundy.
Against.
Councillor Colley.
For.
Councillor Deacon.
For.
Councillor Devine.
For.
Councillor Flynn.
Against.
Councillor Forrest.
For.
Councillor Garner.
For.
Councillor Hannah.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Bailey Kerr.
Against.
Councillor McCabe.
Against.
Councillor Mackie Brown.
Against.
Councillor Meikle-John.
For.
Councillor Murtagh.
For.
Councillor Patterson.
For.
Councillor Patrick.
Against.
Councillor Ritchie.
Against.
Councillor Sinclair.
For.
And Councillor Spears. Provost, there are 17 votes for, there are 8 votes against. Council has accordingly resolved to remove Councillor Nimmo from the board.
Okay, thanks, Mr Moody. We'll now call for nominations to the Freeport board. And a second there's no required, it's just Councillor Garner.
Thanks, Provost. I'm happy to nominate the council leader, Cecil Meikle-John.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. Councillor Eakin.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Hannah, please.
Thank you. Councillor Spears. Sorry, Councillor McCabe. I need to put my glasses.
Not a problem, promise. I'd like to nominate Councillor Spears, independent member.
Okay, thank you. Mr Moody.
Thank you, Provost. There are 3 nominees who are Councillor Meikle-John, Councillor Hannah and Councillor Spears. I'll ask each member to indicate which nominee they support, and we'll assess the votes and whether there's an overall majority at that point. Provost Bissett.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Aitchison.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Aitken.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Bowes.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Bundy.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Deacon.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Flynn.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Forrest.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Hannah.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor McCabe.
Councillor Spears.
Councillor Mackie Brown.
Abstain.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Murtagh.
Abstain.
Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Patrick.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor Spears.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Meikle-John.
And Councillor Spears.
Councillor Spears.
Provost, there were 13 votes for Councillor Meikle-John. There were 7 votes for Councillor Hannah. There were 3 votes for Councillor Spears. There are 2 abstentions, and Councillor Meikle-John is duly appointed on the first vote, having obtained a majority of councillors.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to agenda item 9, Canal Museum. And this is proposed by Councillor Ritchie. And there's been one amendment submitted, so there will be a debate. One deputation has been received from Ian Shearer and Eileen Jackson, Friends of Canal, to have received a deputation to be heard in respect of this item of business. Are we agreed to hear the deputation? Thank you. So deputations got up to 10 minutes to address the council. So there'll be 10 minutes in total for questions. Okay. Councillor Garner, hold on. Councillor Garner.
Thanks, Provost. Just a quick one. Given the fact you've stated that you're only here to 12 o'clock, will you be here for the full of this item?
Well, that's debatable. I probably pushed 10 past.
Yeah, just in case if you started, I don't know how that would lie with Colin.
I think at the point where the Provost is about to leave, we can pause to nominate a substitute for the chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Garner. So we'll go to Mr. Shearer. Are you speaking first?
No, I'm speaking first.
Eileen, you have 10 minutes between you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Provost. Oh, sorry.
You better to sit down, Eileen.
Oh, sit. Okay, sorry. Okay. Good morning, Provost. Is that it? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Right, for the third time, good morning, Provost Visit and everyone. Thank you very much for allowing us to be with you today. We are here today because we're very concerned and disappointed at the present shambolic situation concerning the museum down at Canal. None of this is our making, but we are here to plead with you to please take the sensible and pragmatic approach, which is to keep the Museum Visitor Centre and its vital facilities open, whilst the apparently positive discussions are taking place with Historic Scotland, and allow them to continue. With me is Ian Shearer, our past chair, and he's going to speak now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shearer.
Thank you. We're, to say the least, deeply frustrated to have to be here again, taking up everyone's time on this and having to fight to retain what the good facilities and a warm reception to visitors from all over the world to one of your most outstanding historic attractions and parks. This year is the 20th anniversary of the Friends volunteers, who've dedicated untold amounts of time over 2 decades to help the Council and Historic Scotland to develop and promote the heritage experience for locals and visitors alike. Yet it feels like this is how we're being rewarded for our efforts. The Council administration seems determined to shut its doors at Canal after this weekend, just as visitors begin arriving in earnest. On Saturday, we helped with a free opening at the House and Museum to support the Council's Silent Film Festival. Even on this first opening of the year, around 100 people came and were, as ever, astonished by what's been described as the nearest you'll find in Scotland to a history theme park, and appalled by the museum closure plan. Assuming it does close, then if you're a visitor on a Saturday open day over Easter or the coming weeks, which can be a 2 to 3 hour visit, including a walk, then based on current information, Historic Scotland are having to advise visitors to trek 1.5 miles away to the nearest public toilet facilities at Bowness Library. We suspect officers may have an update on the toilet situation, but without that, it looks far from ideal if you've sensibly travelled by public transport or are elderly or are with young children hoping to enjoy the council's great new Roman-themed play park or to do Historic Scotland's Easter egg hunt. And forget it if you want to find out more about the Romans or other periods inside the museum, or if you'd like your children's school class to go there to learn some proper history during the week. Volunteers, plus the venue team staff too, of course, are having to put through this stress and the enormous uncertainty of the situation. We and the wider community have not recently been formally included in the details or know exactly what any sticking points are in the Council's discussions with Historic Scotland. And as far as we know, it's unsatisfactory that Historic Scotland's managers aren't presenting today to explain their vital role for your scrutiny or to answer your questions directly. We'd not expected or wanted to have to be here. At the January Council meeting on the Strategic Property Review, or SPR, there was a very positive written update about the museum and painting a picture of good progress with Historic Scotland in your agenda paper. On that basis, we felt reassured and decided not to attend that one, and councillors too may have concluded from reading it that there was no need to lodge any amendments to the SPR then, but merely to ask a few questions, as was done. Officers gave even more positive-sounding answers to those questions and brimmed with confidence that there could be a seamless transfer to Historic Scotland by the end of this week. We only now find out that this confidence may have been misplaced and lulled everyone into false security. How do we know that people, and especially councillors, might not have taken a different approach in January if they had known where we would be today? These are among the many special circumstances adding to the case for Councillor Ritchie's motion. Until we saw it on today's agenda, no information or communication had been shared with us about the negotiations with Historic Scotland since that update given to the January Council. As well as our own 20th anniversary provost, it's the 50th anniversary of the Council's opening of the museum to the public at the end of August 1976 as the original proudly run museum for the whole Falkirk area. What other large organisation, mindful of its reputation, having pride in place, claiming to value its heritage and all the associated social and economic benefits, would close such a gem in its 50th anniversary year, instead of celebrating it and leading it onwards to another level? At the time, the Council's museum conversion won a Saltire Society Restoration Award and a European Architectural Heritage Award presented by the late Queen Mother. 3 years ago, the Council welcomed her grandson, His Majesty the King, on one of his first ever local visits as King, to appreciate the estate and its centenary as a public park and heritage asset, with no mention of this looming cut. The Council is the keeper of local history and steward of the area's fabulous historic parks and historical collections built up and donated over generations. The people and the area are being totally let down if the public guardians of this heritage have lost their way and can't keep a reception hub like the museum open to showcase this historic identity, to teach the children who come after us about this inheritance, including the miners, the port, the fair and the area's industry, and offer its nice facilities and a welcoming face for those who've travelled to discover what the Council's area offers. The museum is not a community building, but something different. It's a vital part of a national visitor attraction for education, tourism and enjoyment. It should not just be closed without a clear ongoing plan, and it isn't a good fit in the community asset transfer process up to now. Incidentally, it seemed to be suggested in January that the museum was still in phase 3 of the SPR, yet it had actually been decided a year earlier to move it into phase 4, which is for buildings with special features, with links to investment programmes and partnership opportunities and needing careful consideration. If Historic Scotland are the best alternative option, which we do strongly support to create an integrated attraction with Canal House, clearly they aren't a community body but another massive public agency, and couldn't there be better alternative forms of public partnership structures and funding than the rigid CAT framework? In November, the Council narrowly voted to adopt its new 10-year master plan for Canal after hearing our views and concerns on that as well. A reminder that its first stated aim talks of attracting more visitors through, among other things, improved facilities. The second talks of safeguarding and maintaining the estate's historic buildings. How can it make any coherent sense at all that the first action under this new plan is to close the 17th century visitor centre building in its 50th year of operation as a museum? It's not perfect, but it should be improved and invested in, not closed. Let's all still hope that remains the plan after this temporary fiasco. There are substantial Scottish Government funds via Museums, Galleries Scotland and other funding pots.
2 minutes left, Mr. Shearer.
And other funding pots available precisely for enhancing assets such as the museum and the wider master plan. It's not a big or complex building and its needs aren't insurmountable in the wider scheme of things. Since the council closure reprieve decided in January 2025, there have been 14 months of discussions, with Museums, Galleries Scotland invited to sit patiently through many of them. We hope councillors will probe what funding has or could have been explored to keep the visitor centre open for many years more. Some other questions which councillors might wish to put. What's the basis for the cost provided by officers to Councillor Ritchie of up to £42,000 to keep the museum open for 6 months? A year ago, a figure of £34,000 was given for a 12-month reprieve. Couldn't there be a compromise of, say, opening the museum only for weekends, school holidays, when the new play park is likely to be popular, and special events? Has this been explored? Of course, museums need a budget. But where's the estimate which you ought to be given of the offsetting benefit, the local economic and social benefit? These are among the area's truly unique selling points, supporting tourism, and people are coming here from all over the world to visit because of them. The council have repeatedly claimed it can't afford the costs of keeping the museum open. Yet since the issue arose, the council has managed to find £500,000 for very vague investment in another master plan for Bowness, as ironically a heritage visitor destination, but not the funds to keep its local museum open. The administration's amended motion before you today also talks about fairness and consistency. What's fair and consistent in the first place about the substantial public support for Callender House and Park, the Kelpies, Muiravenside, Blackness Castle and a host of other attractions, whilst apparently uniquely at Kinneil, which has more real history than almost all of them, the visitor centre is run down, then put into an inappropriate community asset transfer process with the initial thinking that volunteers ought to run it, and now it's to be closed. And finally, what's the plan, not just for the building, but also for the council's good displays and items inside telling the story? What happens to the museum accreditation beyond this weekend? Nobody knows or seems able to tell us, and many are asking with only days to go. Thank you for listening, and we hope this is helpful, and we please ask you to support Councillor Ritchie's motion so that sense can prevail.
Thanks very much, Mr. Shearer and Eileen. We'll open up for questions from members to Mr. Shearer and Eileen. Councillor Spear.
Thank you. We discussed at last week's executive about money going to Bowness to help with tourism. Do you think this will help in that endeavour? First question.
No, you take it, thanks.
Well, as I said in my remarks, the allocation of £500,000 to the Bowness Master Plan seems a little vague at the moment about the things that it is. I know the question was raised at the executive last week about that, but it seems surprising that that £500,000 pot was found since, I think, the January 2025 decision to close the museum, and we don't understand what. Given that the idea is to make Bowness a heritage destination, it seems ironic that money couldn't have been found just to keep the museum running up at Kinneil.
Having seen this fight come before us before, when I was convener of Heritage and Tourism some 23, 24 years ago, and a very strong fight was put forward for the people of Bowness, and they've managed to keep it open for that length of time. I think if we want to improve tourism, I would agree with you that we need to try and keep it open. As for the items that are within the museum, where do you think they would go?
Well, we think that's a question for officers because it's not clear. It's not clear at the moment where they are going to go or what's going to happen to them. We think under the good Historic Scotland vision that they would want to keep if possible, some of the Canal items, but maybe the Bowness items would be taken somewhere else, and it's not at all clear. There has been a suggestion they should go to Bowness Library, which is quite a good idea, but the library have recently said no. But there are going to be further discussions about that. But it's just, with a few days to go, nobody knows.
With the troubles at the foundry, do you expect there would be more items forthcoming?
That would be wonderful to have the history, but you know, if there's nowhere to be displaying them, how could we possibly accept any other items, which would be very, very sad. But at the moment, you know, we've cleared everything of ours out hurriedly last Saturday, as we knew that if we didn't, it was going to be closed and we couldn't. So, you know, we have taken all the things that we have used over the years for all the events that we put on. But no, I just think it would be very sad that another part of Bowness's history would be lost.
And lastly, do you think people would visit the park if there was no toilets available?
Well, we as the Education Committee, who were going to put our usual event on at Easter, decided that, quite frankly, you know, from 10:30 in the morning till 3 or 4, there was no way that any of us, and certainly me at my advanced stage, was going to be there without a toilet. So we have sadly decided if there's no toilet, then we can't put that on. And the children too, and the adults. So I think it would definitely, but you know, that's just my personal opinion.
But we think officers may give you an update about the toilet situation, and it's part of the case, but the bigger case is about the value of the museum as a visitor centre and a welcome point, and having a member of staff there welcoming people to the Falkirk area.
Any other questions? No. Well, now, thank you very much, Mr. Shearer and Eileen. If you could take your seats now.
Sorry, Provost. I was quite.
Sorry, Councillor Ritchie.
No, it's fine. It's just a couple of questions. Firstly, I've got to thank the Friends of Canal and Ian and Eileen for coming along today, give us an update on the museum and the Canal estate. We've got to thank them for all the work that they've been doing, not just lately, but for over 20 years. Can I ask what discussions the council's been involved with Historic Scotland that the Friends of Canal have been involved with?
That'll be for questions the officers coming next.
No, I'm asking Ian and Eileen.
Okay, Mr. Shearer.
So after the January 2025 process, a working group was set up to look at the future of the museum. There were a number of meetings last year at Falkirk Stadium. We were involved in those, but as soon as it became clear that the preferred solution was Historic Scotland and the council working together, those meetings stopped. And we heard the update given to the most recent council in January. Since then, we've not been privy to any discussions or had any update.
So neither Historic Scotland or the council have updated you?
Not formally, no.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ritchie.
Right.
If you could return to your seats now.
Can I just correct something I've just said?
Yes.
There was when we saw your motion, Councillor Ritchie, we were given a brief formal update by the council at that point, and Historic Scotland and the council were quoted in the press as well, and that's basically the limited information. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions of officers. Firstly,
could we just?
Sorry,
I'm going to leave at this point. So before we move to
okay.
So, Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I think as you intimated at the beginning of the meeting, you now need to leave, and we don't have the Deputy Provost with us today, so accordingly we would need to appoint someone from among the members attending the meeting to chair the remainder of the meeting. So I think, Provost, it's simply a question of any nominations from the floor, and I see 2 lights on.
Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks, Provost. I think in order to keep things moving swiftly on, Councillor Meikle-John as a adept chair of the executive, I think I would nominate Councillor Meikle-John to take this.
Councillor Devine.
Happy to second that, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Someone who's not in administration. Thank you.
Okay. Any other nominations? Mr. Moody.
Provost, as we have 2 nominations, we will need to take a vote to appoint the convener for the remainder of the meeting. And the choices are Councillor Meikle-John or Councillor McCabe. Provost Bissett.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Aitchison.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Aitken. Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Bowes.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Bundy.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Deacon.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Flynn.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Forrest.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor McCabe.
Councillor McCabe.
Councillor Mackie Brown.
Councillor McCabe.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Murtagh.
Councillor McCabe.
Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Patrick.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor McCabe.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Meikle-John.
And Councillor Spears.
Councillor McCabe.
Provost, there are 19 votes for Councillor Meikle-John, 5 votes for Councillor McCabe. Councillor Meikle-John is appointed to the chair for the remainder of the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Thanks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving to questions. I've got a couple of questions myself, which I was intended to ask. The first one being to officers, what the impact of a 6-month extension would be in relation to the proposal.
Convener, the primary one will obviously be cost, and that's highlighted at approximately £42,000. Initial indications are that it would perhaps impact on the negotiations with Historic Environment Scotland, because there would be no compulsion then on them to come forward with proposals, and those would be the 2 primary implications. There is obviously the one of staffing who are leaving on this weekend, but that's maybe something that we could further look at. I would want to add that there was a statement there made that said there would be no toilet. There is a temporary arrangement for toilets being put in place from next week, and we're pretty hopeful that that would deal with members of the public.
Mr. Benny.
Just in answer to your question, to expand on that, I think one of the real successes of the SPR activity has been the firm deadlines that the council has applied, which has pushed interested parties to decision making. I have a concern that a 6-month delay would release the pressure that we are engaged with regarding HES, particularly given HES's desire to see that the facility operate over the summer. There's a pressing need to reach a conclusion. If the 6-month delay was applied, that would cover the summer period and allow HES more time, in my view, to consider its options and potentially reconvene the discussion next year. So I'm understanding of the motion's principle, which is that there's not a desire to see the facility close, and an understanding that that might mean that an additional amount of time potentially could be considered to ensure that those discussions do take place to reach a point. But I feel like, and I'll pass over to Paul, my sense is that we're at a very critical point, and the experience of, particularly, and I point to the stadium, is that when that deadline is there, all parties stay focused on getting to an agreement, and there's been real consistent success in getting things over. But I'll pass to Paul because he's been closer to those negotiations.
Just in terms of those negotiations, the offer that we received from HES last week was one that was incompatible with the strategic property review, and it's not insurmountable that over the coming weeks that position will change with HES, and it's disappointing that we've taken to this late stage to then get HES's proposals in front of us literally a week before the building was due to close. There has been multiple meetings that have occurred over the past year. Friends of Kinneil have been involved in a number of those up until November, and indeed an update was provided on the 12th, I have here, to Friends of Kinneil, and further chase-ups were with HES, and there was monthly meetings ongoing with HES to try and get to a position where we would have an agreement. It should be pointed out that as part of the SPR, a lot of community groups have moved to month-to-month licences to keep buildings open, to get them progressed. That hasn't been something that's been forthcoming from either any of the community groups that have been involved, or indeed Historic Environment Scotland. And if I could just say, I would take exception to the discussions being described as shambolic and fiasco. They've been very inclusive, they've been very positive. Everybody's trying to find a solution to keep the museum open. HES have, in my view, been slow, but now are clearly more focused because that is there. And to concur with what Mr. Benny has said, I think to go for a long extension would undermine those negotiations and the urgency for getting this asset transfer or new management arrangement over the line.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kendrick. I'm just wondering, just for clarity, that if, for example, there was an extension of a shorter period, for example, 2 months, that might be more acceptable in order to get this over the line. My final question is, if the closure of the museum, how does that impact on the rest of the attraction of the estate? How would that impact with the closure if that was to close? Okay, Mr. McGuinness.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. As you know, and it was in the bulletin, there's significant investment in the medieval play park within the estate. The walled garden is very active and provides great opportunity for our community to enjoy the estate. There's a pump track, there's the woodlands area within the estate also. So we, as officers, we don't believe it would be significant. One of the key factors we believe is necessary for a park of that scale is toilet provision, and Mr Kettick has outlined that provision will be provided for the community going forward. So from an officer point of view, in terms of the enjoyment of the park, we don't believe there should be a significant detriment to our community.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for the response. Mr Benny?
Thank you. I think it's worth just addressing, because there were some comments about a sort of perceived lack of investment in the estate, which I think it is important to counter, and that would point to in the previous financial year, the UK Shares Prosperity Fund allocated in the region of £150,000 of investment to the estate. We brought the master plan last year to executive, which was approved, and that indicated that there would be a £200,000 allocation from the Pride in Place Impact Fund, which has followed through. The new play park that Michael talks about is a £200,000 investment, and the team are actively pursuing external investment with regard to woodland management, which could take the total investment in the estate to the region of about £850,000. And in the time that I've been director, which is now more than 4 years, there wouldn't be another park, to my mind, that has had that level of investment. So I believe that the council is firmly committed to the estate, that we are providing significant investment to make sure that the estate remains and prospers to become a positive and active destination. And I also remain confident that Paul and the team can use the experience that they've shown over the last 3 years to bring this to a successful negotiation. But I do recognise, you know, everyone's shared desire to make sure that there isn't a break in service. I could, a shorter delay certainly would give us the ability to make sure the museum remains open, but keeps everyone focused on reaching that negotiated conclusion.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got a number of speakers looking to ask questions. So I've got Councillor Spears, I've got Councillor Devine, I've got Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you. It's at times like this I'm glad the Falkirk Wheel and the Grangemouth Kelpies are now run by Falkirk Council. Can you answer this question? How do you think this ties in with the trying to attract more tourists to Bowness and last week's executive decision to try and finance that? First question.
Mr. Benny.
Could I ask the question to be repeated? I wasn't totally clear the direct link to the investment we're talking about last week at the executive, and
I believe it was some 78,000 to help to improve the tourism to come to Bowness.
I think it's related to the 500,000 as part of the pump priming for the master plan for Bowness.
Okay, I think the first point here to reflect is the discussion that we're having is whether or not to allow an extension on the museum remaining open. It isn't about whether the museum closes. The SPR decision has already been taken, that the council has recognised that this is a building which it no longer needs to operate. That said, I remain confident that negotiations that Paul's leading can get us to a successful conclusion. So it would be premature to talk about the museum no longer being an active part of the estate. In terms of the master plan, £500,000 was allocated and approved for a range of investments in the Bowness area, which I think will continue to make the town a successful destination. And as I've already just outlined, £850,000 worth of investment is going to the estate, which is very significant. I probably would just make the point that council does operate the Helix Park. So the fact that it's a success is actually an indication of the council's good stewardship of that facility.
I think if you check back when you watch this on YouTube, I said the Grangemouth Kelpies. Do you intend to use this building as the new toilets?
Convener, the short answer is no. We have alternative arrangements in place that we advised elected members of as part of the SPR update back in January. And we've put in place arrangements with another community group for those toilet provisions, which will come into play next week.
Can you highlight what kind of toilet facilities will be?
They're toilet facilities that will be adequate for the number of visitors that will attend them.
Will there be portaloos or?
No, they're part of the STS walled garden area, and they have had significant works done for them in terms of the size of the toilet that there is. And we're just waiting to finalise arrangements for the operational management.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Devine.
A number of my questions have already been covered. Just around the toilet, Mr. Kettrick. Obviously, at the moment it's locked, so it's just an assurance that that will be open and anyone will be able to use that if they are visiting the park.
The arrangements that have been agreed is they will be available for members of the public.
Okay.
And I would point out that they would be available a lot longer and more available than the current setup at the visitor centre, which is restricted to the council's opening hours.
That was going to be my next point. Thank you for covering that so succinctly. The second point, I just want to ask a question around the money that was allocated towards the Bowness Master Plan. Can you explain how that money came about and, you know, how the council's going forward with that, just to clear things up, Mr. Kettrick or Mr. Binney, whoever?
My recollection is that a motion was brought by the administration to ask officers to come forward with a commitment to invest in the Bowness area, and that in the budget that followed, £500,000 was allocated in line with the previous years where we've allocated £500,000 to a number of other settlements. So that was where the funding route that came through.
And just one more. You spoke about the ongoing discussion with HES. Do you have a time frame of when you think they will come back to the table with a revised proposal or terms?
Convener, we don't. And that's unfortunate. They have said they would get back to us as quickly as possible, but interestingly, they've contacted us this morning to ask us what the outcome of the motion is. So I think it will certainly be relying as to what decision is taken today as to how prompt we expect a response from HES.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. I've got Councillor Ritchie next.
Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. Can I ask if HES has been invited to come along today to ask about the sticking points with the council?
Mr. Kettrick?
Convener, HES were not specifically invited, but we're well aware of the meeting and we're actually passed a statement that would be made in relation to the negotiations for their approval. And we're aware that they could attend if they wished, but we're not specifically invited.
Right, that's fine. The funding that Ian was talking about, Paul, has the council ever put in an application for this funding so the remedial work could have been done on the museum.
Mr. Keswick.
Convener, both Historic Environment Scotland, museum galleries and the local communities can all access additional funding. HES have made a proposal to access the SPR Enablement Fund as part of their proposals, but as I mentioned in my earlier response, the provisions of their offer in terms of the lease arrangements were not compatible with either that or the SPR, and therefore these are two areas that we've asked them to go back and reconsider. But clearly through their charity arm at HES and working with communities, they can also access other funding, and that would be for them to progress.
Has the council ever put an application in for this funding? Because I know these are put funding in for other venues within the Falkirk Council area. So has any been done for the museum by the council, not by HES?
Mr. Keswick.
My level of expertise extends to the property matters, and I'm aware of the funding that's available. If this is actually in relation to kind of museum galleries type funding and things like that, I would need to pass to perhaps my colleague Michael McGuinness, Mr. McGuinness, if he's aware of funding on that.
Okay, Michael.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, clearly where we're able to, we would apply for external funding to support our endeavours. In the case of the museum itself, the fact that it was on the SPR list for potential closure would mean that we would not pursue external funding for that facility, as decision was made by members to close the facility. So just to be clear, we never pursued any external funding for this particular facility due to the fact it was on the SPR for closure.
Right, that's fine, Michael. Can I ask if this funding that we've been talking about, how long has it been available? How many years has it been there that councils and whatever can put in for it?
Okay, Mr. McGuinness.
Yep, so you say so, Councillor Michael-John. Yes, there are a number of different bodies that hold funding for communities and for organisations to apply for. So there's various amounts at various stages of opportunity. I don't have numbers how long it's been there for, Councillor, which off the top of my head, but I can certainly get that information to you about how long certain fundings have been available and which organisations are eligible to apply for them. A number of funds the council is not eligible to apply for, just to be clear, so that a number of funds only community groups or charitable status organisations are able to apply for. So in some cases, some of these funds are not available to us, and in other cases, the eligibility doesn't fit with what the requirements are. But I'm happy to come back to you with a range of different funds that are available externally that we could or could otherwise apply for.
That's great, Michael, if you can do that. That's brilliant.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, convener. And some of my questions have already been answered. I suppose what maybe I'd like to ask officers is that there seems to be a kind of almost the two things can be true, that on one hand we don't want a long extension in order to keep the pressure on Historic Environment Scotland and to get towards a negotiating position, but on the other hand the continuity, the fact that we're coming up to this weekend and the situation being as it is also is not ideal, and whether officers would consider that perhaps some sort of compromise position here where, as was said by Councillor Michael-John, but some sort of compromise position where we could look to, for example, a 2 to 3 months extension would enable, though there's still the pressure to be kept on Historic Environment Scotland to get to a conclusion, but also enable the situation where we could have a continuity situation, and whether others would be prepared to kind of look at that and how officers would feel about that prospect.
Councillor Murtagh, I've already indicated to my colleagues that we're going to take a short recess before the moving of the amendment, before the moving of the motion and amendment, taking into account what officers have been saying to see if we can reach a compromise.
I just wanted officers to give a view specifically on what they think on that, whether in their view that would be a more optimal solution than the direct negative, if you like, excuse me.
I think we've already expressed that, but I'll ask Mr. Kettrick to go over that again.
Convener, it would be for elected members to obviously decide on a compromise position, but certainly as officers we wouldn't be adverse to a short extension of time to enable HES to come forward. We would need to, and just highlight the risks associated with that, our accreditation does run out for the museum, and we'll need to look at that, and we also have to arrange staff cover for it. What I would point out though is that this weekend Canal House will be open. HES have confirmed that that will be happening, so we hope that we could find a compromise.
Thanks for that explicit substitution.
Okay, Councillor Aitchison.
Thank you. Mr. Kettrick, in your delivery earlier on, you said that other organisations have had perhaps a 10-year lease and things like that for through the SPR for properties. Is there any potential of HES having a shorter period of time? Has there been any discussions around that, or what would your views be on that?
Convener, we have entered into shorter term agreements. We've entered into everything from month-to-month licences up to a year and 2-year leases to enable groups to go through the CAP process. One of the key considerations on this one, though, by HES was access to the enablement fund. Yeah. As members will recollect from the SPR principles, it's a 10-year plus lease, and having annual options to break does not in effect give us a 10-year lease. So the 5-year proposal that was presented with yearly breaks wouldn't meet the criteria for the funding through the enablement fund.
Right. Yeah. That's right. Just also as an update, I mean, I spoke to the lead officer of HES just this morning. They are looking to, he's been directed to bring up a robust business plan within the next 3 to 4 weeks to present to his directors. So hopefully there may be more communication in the next few weeks to help move this situation on.
Thank you, Councillor Aitchison. And Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Convener. Just following on from the comments made by Councillor Murtagh and Councillor Aitchison just there. We've heard from the officers that there are ongoing discussions with HES. In fact, they're looking at the SPR Enablement Fund. Mr. Kettrick just alluded to that. So there are definitely ongoing discussions. Councillor Aitchison just mentioned, that proposals could be coming forward in 3 to 4 weeks, with a business case. It just seems a wee bit antic for me that we're talking about, let's put a time limit of 2 to 3 months on this. Why don't we just go with the proposal of Councillor Ritchie that we cover, as we've heard from Mr. Kettrick, the 6 months potentially could incur costs of 42,000. Is there any real reason why officers are insisting on that 2 to 3 months? Is it just purely as a leverage over HES?
Okay, I think you've answered that already, but I think it's worth repeating.
Convener, have had a significant amount of time to progress this. The SPR started in 2022, and this building was identified then. We've had the past year extension working with HES. I think we do have to draw a line in the sand. If we extend by 6 months, it takes us beyond the summer period when the house is open, and that is the busiest time for HES. Then takes us into the winter. There will be no compulsion then on HES at that point to then come forward with a proposal. And whilst that may seem fairly harsh, we do believe as officers that this is the only way we're going to get to a solution promptly with HES, given the amount of time that has been expended on negotiations and on discussions and on considering proposals to then eventually get a proposal last week which was not compatible with any of those discussions that had happened over the past year. So we would be looking at a much shorter length of extension to ensure that we do get the progress we need as quickly as possible to secure the future of the museum.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Keswick.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. I'd just like to make the point that this is an entirely consistent approach which the council has employed over the last 3 years. And you know, if I take us back to the Grangemouth Stadium, I think at a pretty similar point in the year, if we had given a 6-month extension to the stadium, there would have been a problem getting the stadium agreement concluded, because the organisations that were interested in taking on were very committed to running a summer programme and very motivated to make sure that we were able to get to facilitate that. And we got it done. It's been proven to work. I would just appeal, again, like I said, I totally understand the principle of making sure the building has a continuity of provision, but a 6-month extension, in my mind, would take the pressure out of this balloon, and we would be back here having a conversation about this in 12 months' time.
Okay, okay, Councillor Spears, and then I'm going to wind this up from point of view of questions. Oh, sorry, I've got Councillor Spears, I beg your pardon, I've got Councillor Ritchie. I'll come back to you.
Right. I'm trying to think of other things. This is a question for Paul. Paul, you're talking about the toilet that's in the wall garden, and you have done work to that, to open it up. Can you tell, I've just been asked to ask here, the wall garden boys, they've asked if they can submit an application to the SPR for money, and they've been told no because it's a business land. Is Grangemouth Stadium not the same?
Mr. Keswick.
Convener, not directly related to the Canal Museum. The SPR has a finite list of properties where the enablement fund is available for, and the Canal Walled Garden would not be one of those, hence why the funding of the toilet works has been done directly through our other resources within the corporate property division team. Through that, there is funding that may be available through other means that can support the walled garden, and indeed colleagues from my division, from community services and from CVS, we'd be happy to engage with them on any proposals that they have.
That's great, Paul. Could you do that? Take forward on behalf to STS.
I think that's something that can maybe be taken out with the meeting. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Spears, and then we'll bring the questions to an end.
Thank you. It's just for clarification, really, from Mr. Benny's statement. Are we trying to hold Historic Scotland to ransom to take on which is a responsibility that is all ours?
I think we need to be careful about the language we use, Councillor Spears, but I'll go to Mr. Kettrick.
Convener, the SPR terms were quite clear as to what we considered as core and non-core assets. This property was identified as non-core. It's not critical for us to deliver a statutory function, and therefore what we are proposing is, whether it's a community asset transfer, a lease agreement, or a new management arrangement with Hess, it would be for them to then take on the management and operation of that facility and how it evolves in the future. I certainly wouldn't accept that we were passing any statutory liability on to Hess.
Okay, thank you. If Council's agreed, if we could maybe have a 10-minute recess in the hope that we can maybe try and reach some kind of compromise. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me? Right.
I can hear you, Anne.
Right, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the meeting. Apologies for the length of the recess. I hope everybody did manage to get some lunch during that period of time, but we've had some technical difficulties with those online not being able to join. So hopefully everybody that's online, they can hear us and we can hear them. Councillor Ritchie in particular, are you there?
I'm here, but I'm not putting my camera back on because whenever I touch someone,
okay, that's fair enough.
Okay,
that's fair enough. Okay, during the recess, there have been some discussions and we feel that we may have a compromise, but I'm just going to go to Mr Moody to maybe outline where we actually are.
Thank you, Convener. And maybe as the starting point, just to remind everyone that there was the motion on the agenda paper, which was to extend for a period of up to 6 months, against which there had been an amendment circulated not agreeing to an extension. And the result of the discussions as to whether there can be a compromise, as I understand it, are the adjusted motion from Councillor Ritchie, which has been circulated to members in the room and also online to those joining the meeting remotely, which effectively has an extension date of 2 months rather than the period of up to 6 months. So that's the position at the moment.
Okay, I will therefore go to Councillor Ritchie to maybe move the motion.
Thank you. Can I just formally move it because if everybody's going to agree to it?
That's a very kind assumption to make, but absolutely, in the interest of time, more than happy if you just want to agree to that, and I'll just ask for it to be seconded. Councillor Devine.
Happy to second it.
Okay, thank you. We therefore have a motion in front of us. I do need to ask.
Sorry, Councillor Meikle John, I thought it was Councillor Aitchison that was seconding.
I didn't see Councillor Aitchison's light on. I did ask who was seconding.
Right. Well, I just thought it was Councillor Aitchison because he had been helping me with it, but
I'm sure I asked for a seconder.
Right, okay.
Oh, okay, we've gone through a process. We just need to accept where we are in that. But obviously, while there has been a lot of work there, I just still need to ask if everybody is content and to support the motion. And I'll go to Councillor Hannah first.
Thank you, Convener. I'm really pleased that we've come to a position where there is an agreed middle ground. So I'm very happy to support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bundy, in the absence of Bailey Kerr.
Yes, we're happy to support this amendment and just want to thank the Friends of Canal for all the work that they're doing to try and keep the museum open, and wish Paul, Malcolm and officers the best of luck with the negotiations with HES. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Happy. That's an unusual word to use when 2 months. 2 months isn't a long time, so we might be back here in 2 months' time. We need to get a more settled arrangement made for this because it's vitally important, not just for the tourism in Bo'ness, that we maintain this facility.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, I'm also content. I just want to thank all parties that were during the lunch break able to come to a consensus on this, but particularly to say to Councillor Ritchie, who's done so much work on this, that it's great that she's brought this forward and she's been able to compromise to get this solution. I think it's a really positive step forward for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we're all agreed. Okay, we still have. Right, thank you. Still have 2 motions to go through. Those that were initially reserved to executive, but the provost determined that they should come here. There are no amendments for either, therefore there would be no debate, but there will be the opportunity, first of all, to ask questions and then for to be moved and seconded. So if we go to the first one, which is corporate approach to the use of X, formerly Twitter, and if there's any questions. No. No. Councillor Bundy, sorry, Councillor Bundy.
It was just a quick question about what is the council's engagement rate on X and how does this compare with other social media platforms?
Okay, Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I don't have the precise figure on the engagement rates, but what I can say is in comparison to other platforms, it's lower and has been reducing compared to the use of Facebook and Instagram in particular. But I think my colleague Ms. Algie may have more precise figures there, so I'll hand over to those who know.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
Thank you. So we don't have a high level at all, as Mr. Moody has said. We've got around 9,500 active users, but the actual engagement is very low with those users. It was high when we had schools using X, but at the moment all schools are now off X and use alternative platforms. The council's communications colleagues don't consider it to be an effective way to communicate and engage because it is such low engagement that we now have.
Thanks for those answers. With that response, has the council considered just not using X at all and putting resources elsewhere?
It is likely that our corporate communications team will come off X completely at some point because of the lack of engagement there. They don't consider it to be an effective platform for that type of engagement, and there are other platforms where communities are engaging with us much more actively.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay, I will go to Councillor Patterson to propose the motion.
Thanks, Convener. And just for clarity, for the purpose of this motion, I will be referring to X as Twitter, as we all do. And we all know that once upon a time, Twitter was a useful space for updates with our residents. However, we are all too aware that in recent years, the culture on the platform has changed significantly. The spread of misinformation, the rise in hostility, the platform is less constructive and less aligned with the standards that we should uphold as a council. And I know I've had conversations about this in the past, and you're saying that the council will probably shift away from it. I say, why wait? Last year, the billionaire owner of the platform stood with extremists with the aim of disrupting our democracy and encouraging violence on our streets. Add to that, Twitter's AI was used to create non-consensual sexual images of women and children. I am happy that our education department moves off of Twitter, which is something that I campaigned for in my role since coming into council. It was recognised that this is not a forum that we want to encourage our children onto. As a council, we can choose not to participate in a system that promotes harmful content. We do not rely on Twitter, and to continue to communicate with our residents, we can do that through alternative channels that better reflect our values. I hope that all members today will stand with me on this. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Aitken.
I am happy to second.
Okay, thank you. There is no amendment, therefore I will assume consensus, but just want to check with other group leaders should they wish to say. Councillor Hannah?
I think Councillor Patterson has said all that needs to be said about this, and I look forward to a report coming forward which will look at a managed transition.
Okay, Councillor Bundy?
Yeah, I and the Conservative group support the motion and actually want to echo the question, why wait if it's not got a high engagement rate and not effective, and there's all the concerns that have been raised in the motion, then why wait and just put our resources elsewhere? That's more effective.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, any comment?
As someone who struggles with Facebook, I think it is a bit beyond me. I've never been on Twitter, don't know what it is, and X is just an X to me. But I certainly agree with the motion.
Okay. Any other independent wish to make comment? No, certainly I'm supportive of the council moving away from X or Twitter. And I don't feel it is a constructive platform for anybody to engage on, and have found on many occasions being the subject of abuse directly as a result of that, and it's not somewhere that you should really be holding debate. So I'm more than happy that we look to move on from that from the corporate point of view, and find that a much more conducive method of communicating with our constituents and indeed our communities. Okay, we all agreed? Thank you. The next motion is on becoming an endometriosis friendly employer, and I will open this up for questions first for officers, if anybody's got any questions. No. No questions? Okay, I will go to Councillor Patterson to move a motion.
Back to me. I appreciate it has been a long day, and you all know that I prefer to keep things as brief as possible. However, this is an incredibly important issue, so I think that we should give it the time and attention that it deserves. March is Endometriosis Month, which is a very timely opportunity for this council to take a simple but significant step to become an endometriosis friendly employer. Endometriosis affects 1 in 10 women, and despite its prevalence, it is widely misunderstood, frequently dismissed, and all too often unsupported in workplaces. Those who live with the condition may experience debilitating symptoms affecting their ability to work. And on average, women in Scotland wait over 10 years for diagnosis of this condition. We are able to take action locally to create supportive, informative workplaces, reducing stigma surrounding menstrual health, improving retention of our staff, and fostering a more inclusive culture. The Endometriosis Friendly Employer Scheme offers guidance, training, resources, and recommendations for policy improvements that make it easier for us to support our employees. This is not simply a health issue, it is a workplace equality issue. Our staff deserve the environment where health is prioritised, needs are understood, and where adjustments are made proactively. This is an incredibly low-cost intervention, but a high-impact one, and I urge all members to back this motion to help us become an endometriosis-friendly employer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Patterson. And the seconder?
I'd like to invite Councillor Devine to second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Devine.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Councillor Patterson for bringing it before us. I'm going to speak, and why I wanted to second this motion today is I have endometriosis and have done for over 20 years. So I speak from a personal perspective here. And I want to echo all the sentiments that Councillor Patterson has already came to today, but also want to just shed a wee bit of kind of light on the amazing work that's already happening locally in Forth Valley, with NHS Forth Valley just recently becoming an endo-friendly employer. There is definitely scope there for partnership working and working right across Forth Valley. We'll also, if agreed today, we'll also be joining other councils like East Ayrshire and Dumfries and Galloway, who have already signed up to do this as well. And I think this makes a huge statement to women like myself who suffer from this horrific disease that goes undiagnosed, that goes ignored. I think that lends itself well to us saying that we actually care and we're welcoming of that. And I just want to highlight another thing, as Councillor Patterson said, March is Endometriosis Awareness Month, and I happened to be invited along to the Scottish Parliament event in the Parliament this year, where we heard firsthand the incredible work that Endometriosis UK and the Women's Health Plan is actually making. Yes, we have a long way to go, and I know that myself, but there is positive strides going ahead with the sufferers group and taking in that personal experience, and the amount of research that's been done is actually incredible since it's became a frontline issue within the Women's Health Plan. So with that, I'm very happy to second this motion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Devine. I see there's no amendment, but I will just go briefly to group leaders for comment. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I'm really pleased that Councillor Patterson has brought forward this motion. As she said, endometriosis affects 1 in 10 women. That's a really significant number of people. I have had serious problems personally and went through 2 rather major operations as a result. And so I'm very familiar with the issues. One of our MPs, Kirstine Sullivan, is also very much involved with endometriosis. It's hard to say, Endometriosis UK, and has been doing some excellent work on that. So I think the most important thing about agreeing with this motion is about sending a message both to our staff and to the public out there that Falkirk Council cares about women's health and will do everything that we can to support it.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Bundy.
Thank you. We are more than happy to accept the motion and want to thank Councillor Patterson for bringing it forward, and thank Councillor Devine and Councillor Hannah for being open about what this entails and how women do need support, and if this provides not only a symbolic gesture of support but actual practical support, then that can only be good news. So more than happy to accept the motion, and once again thank Councillor Patterson for bringing it forward.
Thank you. And Councillor Spears, any comment?
No, happy to support, but I just hope technology and our health service move forward so a lot of things like that, and male things like prostate cancer and everything else, gets fully screened and looked into, and people don't need to spend months and years suffering.
Okay, Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, I'm really glad that Councillor Patterson has brought this forward and welcome the comments that have been made. I think what's also really important to highlight is the practical aspects of this motion, that this is about that there are things which employers can do to make the environment better for those who suffer from endometriosis, as they can for many illnesses and disabilities, and that actually the positive thing here is that in doing so, we're not just saying, you know, well, if you suffer from a particular illness or suffer from a disability, that you can't work, or that you either do all or nothing. It is about saying there is a place and a way of supporting our employees to be able to take a full and active part in the organisation. And it's great that Falkirk Council are setting that tone and being really positive about that. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think lived experience is being able to share that is really, really heartening in this particular environment. I think it helps to break down some of the taboos about some various conditions and educate people, and also allows us as a council to become a compassionate council, recognising that at various points in a woman's life that there may well be challenges that she has to face. It doesn't mean to say that our contribution is not valued, and while we might not all work 100% every day, then it's good to know that that's okay, but you are still valued within your organisation. And I think having policies come forward, which this will come forward to the executive in due course, demonstrates that as well. So thank you to everybody, and I will now just ask for agreement. Okay, that brings us to the end of council. Thank you very much, everybody, for your forbearance during some of the challenges, and indeed for the discussions around reaching consensus around the motion. But have a good rest of the day.
Aye.